Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. We're here, hanging out, trying to get the good setup there. Okay. So, let's talk a little bit about T01. We're going to start right into it, honestly. I did a little bit of Rust work this morning, not that much. Ikeware's hard at work fixing all of my silly mistakes with regards to the image extender. Sapeltrix, welcome. I suppose we could talk a little bit about the Mapcrap conversations that have been happening lately as well. Go to Brood War Resources, Mapcrap. So we've basically been thinking about completely changing the rules so that the adherence to a theme is no longer a rule. So everything else would be there. Like everything must be created at the start of the event, or within the time frame of the event, I should say. Must be produced in Starcraft. If there's a mod, it has to be compatible with 1.16.1. Map must include build and destroy gameplay. Must be completable in single player with a targeted completion time of 30 to 40 minutes. And must not include excessive grinding, time wasting, or player annoyances. So all those rules I think are still fair. I mean, the only thing I would say is that I would take away the or older qualifier for 1.16.1. But yeah, we're basically talking about removing the theme restriction for Mapcrap. I think this would be good for a few reasons. I mean, the biggest issue, right, is probably that themes in general are like, some of them are too vague, some of them also control too much, and so like the ones that are too vague are not really that useful for giving like a writer's prompt or sort of a leg up. And no, the melee crap was like its own specific event. That was the previous one. Episode, I think that was 7. So yeah, you can do whatever now, as long as it has build and destroy gameplay. But like stuff like horrible grammar littered with typos, bad puns, like anything that has something to do with controlling gameplay or just something that's like not really that impactful at all, like dialogue stuff, I don't think is really that important. Like gifts for the player can be like you basically have some sort of creativity to, like the vagueness or the non-specificness of a theme might be really useful. If you look at like gifts for the player, well, that could mean, like on its most very obvious example, it could mean rescuable units that you find throughout the map, or rewards for doing some sort of bonus objective. But you could also interpret that as like part of the dialogue references that it's the player's birthday, and so here's your birthday present, and you could tie it in a different capacity, still satisfying the theme. And so that's where, like, if you start to think of how could I apply this in a creative way, or what idea that I can come up with in a short amount of time based on this theme, sells me on the idea of making the map. Like, I obviously am going to be investing some days or whatever in the creation of the project, so I want to make sure that my whatever concept I'm going for is something that I'm interested in. So what interesting ideas can I come up with based on this theme? Like, that basically that's the ideal theme. That doesn't restrict you to always, like, it doesn't say it must include rescuable units, right? Because that would be too restrictive, I think. Or it would be more restrictive than necessary. Whereas that's one interpretation of gifts for the player, but it's not the requirement. So I think that's like one of the examples. Like implied sexuality. Like you could just have like drawing like dicks on the map or something, like something very basic. Like, this is obviously like a very juvenile one, but you could do that, or you could have it so that like it's units that are all trying to fuck or something. Like, you could whoever, doing whatever. And then, mythological or religious figure. Like, I would say we should just, instead of a figure, it could be something like map must feature mythological or religious elements, and then that's like a bit more ideal, right? And then I changed player owned or player controlled to player aligned so that you could have like multiple factions. I guess we could say multiple player aligned factions. That could just mean that you have like a 2v2 or a 2v3 or something, or that your tech tree is like a single faction, you're a single like playable race or whatever, but that race is made up of like Zerg and Terran or something. I still feel like maybe this particular theme controls gameplay too much, but if you were already planning on making a 2v2 or some sort of situation where you had an AI ally, you could resolve this. I just feel like it forces you to make it so that the player is either has a very specific tech tree or is not by themselves in a 1v1 or something. So I'm pretty sure that this is one of those ones that I think should just be gotten rid of based on that. Even though I like the idea, but I can't find a way, at least immediately, like maybe I'll find somebody will suggest something and I'll add it back in as that, but I can't find a way to turn that into something a bit more reasonable, you know what I mean? So, like, mocking the creator, like, that's fine, I guess. That's pretty low effort, but I can see where that could be taken a variety of ways. Like, if Veek makes a map for Mapcrap and he gets this theme, like, maybe he ends up creating an AI that storms his own units or something, you know what I mean? Like he could do that in interesting ways depending on what are already the inside jokes surrounding somebody. Like, if it was me, then maybe it's like just an AI that yells a lot or something, you know what I mean? Or like some way to make fun of me through that way. Like, there's plenty of possibilities for that. So maybe instead of the creator, like, we could open it up to being somebody else, but like mock anybody. But I think creator is very pointed, so it's a nice like balance. So that's probably fine. Like, just going through this with a fine-tooth comb is going to take a while, but I think it's a step in the right direction for making the themes more useful. And the idea is that if you decide to go with a theme, like, you can choose, I don't want a theme, I'm just going to do my own thing. But if you do decide to make to follow a theme, you should claim it and then say, this is the theme I picked. And assuming you finish your submission, we would still retire that theme so that we don't have like a lot of there's probably going to be some themes that are more popular, like the Void theme, for example. Like, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of cases where somebody might want to pick the Void, right? Because the Void is super ubiquitous. It could be like Void Terrain, like what DF did when he got the theme, where it's just like all null tiles, which is hilarious. It could be Amon's Presence. It could be something completely different. Like, you know, there's many ways to interpret that as well. So just to avoid a lot of repeat offenders or whatever, in that sense, we would just retire a theme once you picked it. So that element would still be there, but it's just that they would become much more of an ancillary, like a supplement to the experience of competing in Mapcrap. So I think that'll be better, actually. I think that's better. I don't know about morally reprehensible protagonist, though. This one feels kind of low effort as well. Like, it just feels kind of lame, like almost too controlling for dialogue in that sense, or too controlling for story, I guess. Overt exposition is dumb. I think like edgy as possible. Like, a lot of these feel really low effort. And then, yeah, obviously invincible units impacting gameplay is a no. Noxious usage of breaks in game flow is no. This is actually probably bolded instead of asterisked, but I don't know how to turn off formatting. It's probably some... Oh, raw text. So, map must involve a historical conflict, involve or reference a historical conflict. Misleading or fraudulent is fine. There's plenty of ways that you could do that. This, like, character who speaks only in a non-English language seems really stupid too. Like, I don't know why. I feel like that's too much. Anything that has to do with, like, oh, you have got to remake an existing map or something like that. Like, that, what a shitty luck of the draw you would get if you already had an idea that you wanted to explore Mapcrap and you get that theme, you know what I mean? Fourth wall breaks is pretty low effort, but set inside Tony is a good one. Tony is such a mammoth creature that you could pretty much set him anywhere. The Earth is probably inside Tony, so you're very unlimited there. What's up, Shirk? Saw that you're enjoying the Pronogo Starcraft Let's Play. Can you believe the signs of our times? Mock the winner of the previous Mapcrap. I kind of like that idea. We should probably just, instead of winner, we should probably just say like, mock a fellow Mapcrap contestant. Oh, I don't know how I knew that. That's really, it's a mystery. Player choice. Like a lot of this stuff with regards to like the protagonist or whatever feels like it's just too, like it's not really like not very high value. I like this theme too. This is like I must have just been really sleep deprived when I wrote this one. Must involve clowns, frogs, or the Antioch Chronicles. Yeah, fitting that it's right underneath. Must be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. I don't even know what you would do for vegan. That's like some of these are just like funny. I think like I just made them because it would be funny. Wish someone a happy birthday. Classic. Petty drama. Classic. So I think that was going to be like characters, but there's already one of those. Yeah, rhyming dialogue we can get rid of. So excessive amount of doodads we're definitely not interested in. Contain voice acting. I feel like this is also not necessary. Be about dogs, be pretentious. Should say map must involve dogs. Be a rebellion or resistance. Sure. Must involve. Yeah. I'll just leave it, deleting this theme in S4. We don't need any of these. Either of those, I should say. Yeah, definitely don't need that. A sequel to a user-made map, yes. A story that is morally ambiguous. Yeah, I don't think we need that either. Special bus character. Oh yeah. So this should probably just involve must include or reference a character from another project. What do you mean by characters? Too many men. What the fuck? Oh yeah, I forgot to actually retire the ones that were related to Season 6. Instead of doing Hydra housekeeping, we're doing Mapcrap housekeeping. Come to your own determinations from there. Further up. So this was map must include advertising. Map must defend the Chinese government. Okay, and then I gotta go find the pool here. Okay. So now I just need to go through and find, yeah, so the advertisements one is out. Crash or wreck is somewhere in here as well, and I have to get rid of it. Crash or wreck. Celebrations. Fraudulent. Chinese government. Are there any others? Typos is already deleted. So advertising, stating fraudulent there. Yeah, okay. Retire S36. Okay. We've done it. Tony, Ahmed, etc. No, I don't think so. All right, so I'll just go ahead and drop that. Of course, we only have 37 remaining in the non-retired pool because why wouldn't it be a simulation number? All right, let's get this show on the road for real this time. My goals today are just to get this layout a little bit more complete. Decided to redraft the first Terran mission of Hydra, as well as all of the other maps that I've gotten working versions of, because I feel like the maps themselves, the spacing is really bad in a lot of them. So if I were to give you an example, it's really easy to just look at the first draft of this. Well, this is actually like the third draft of this map, but for the most part, it's like just me editing the existing layout and adding to it in file size or in map size. So I've expanded the map dimensions a few times here, and while it led to improvements every single time I did do that, unfortunately, it doesn't really solve the core problem of the pacing being off and the space between players being way too low. So yesterday I went over this where I talked about my vision for the early missions of Hydra being that they would, by definition, get to the mid game of Hydra, which probably starts around 25, 30 minutes. In contrast to regular Starcraft, where the mid game usually starts around like 6 or 7 or 8 minutes in, sometimes even earlier. Like the early game really is just when do you get your first expansion and start getting your tech up and stuff like that. Like the early game in vanilla Starcraft is very, very limited in that respect. So because of that sort of determination, I realized like, okay, well, I actually want players to have to engage with all of the new tech tree options that I'm adding and all of the different changes that I've been making to the game. And I also want them to be able to, expand a lot so that they can get a lot of money so that they can look into all of these changes, right? And so if I'm giving all of these tools to a player, then I need to provide all those tools for the AI as well, and that's fine. The problem is that this thought process, this vision for the actual end result of all of my work was not really matching up with the current experience people were having in this map. Because in this map, games usually resolve around 20 minutes. Maybe a little bit sooner, maybe a little bit later, depending on the performance of players. But the core issue right now is that you don't ever survive into the mid game. Either you die or you either win or lose before then. And that's because like my perceived notion of what Hydra's mid game will look like is like, all right, not only have you reached tier 3 tech in the mid game, because there's going to be 5 tiers of tech in Hydra eventually when we add stuff in. So not only are you reaching tier 3 tech around mid game, but you've also had at least like 5, 10, 15 minutes to play around with your tech options at that point, or decide if you're going to go to tier 4. And like maybe some players have reached tier 4 or started on tier 4. It's going to be very expensive to get up to those tiers. Maybe you're going to reach that point at some point. But either way, by the 30-minute mark, like you should have had some time spent. All players who are still in the game should have time spent playing around with the tier 3 options in addition to all of the earlier tiers. So you should have already seen Ultralisks being upgraded. You should have already seen Defilers throwing down Dark Swarm and stuff. You should have already seen science vessels and tank pushes, and like the compositions that you'll see out of these mid-game fights should have become a little bit consistent by the 30-minute mark, so that you really know what you're up against by that point. And you also know that there's a potential for even more action and more high-power compositions if the enemy ascends to tier 4 tech. So it's a constant balancing act, and you're trying to keep track of where their tech structures actually are in order to do that. So what that basically means is you don't really get the opportunity to do any of that, right? So like with that established, with that being my vision for the early stages of the game, like I actually want the early missions to last anywhere between a half an hour to an hour, maybe a little bit late. Like obviously longer than that is fine. I don't care if it's longer than that, because my idea is that players won't remain in the game unless they're actually playing the game. So if they've lost and it's obvious that they've lost, they'll probably have left the game long before their last structure falls. That's just the nature of things. If they've won, and they've obviously won, then it won't be that much longer before they've cleared the enemy, the last structure that's delaying the victory trigger, basically. So it's always production structures in Hydra. It's never actually like hunting down missile turrets or whatever. So I don't expect that there will be like an annoying wind down to the action where you've won, and then like after your victory lap of killing off the main enemy base, it's like a significantly large amount of time before the rest of, like, before you win. It's probably not going to be longer than 5 minutes after that, at most. And if it's longer than that, then that's something I can take a look at, but that's sort of like my vision. So if the game goes longer than an hour, and much longer than an hour, it's probably because the AI is not actually dead yet, and there's a chance that the AI can come back. So with that established, we have a situation for like to really look at that, because like that's the model that I want to extrapolate all the data from. That's the model that I want to try to craft with Hydra. And so the early missions going for that long should be like one example of what the existing content does, but the existing content doesn't get there. And so that's where I'm butting heads, and I'm realizing it's probably because of the map. The map doesn't have sufficient expansions, and even the numbers of expansions they're not spaced very well, so that the spacing between the expansions is such that you can actually hold one expansion and your enemy can hold another expansion and you can fight between it. It's like if you own one expansion, you have the map control to take that one too. And there's no in between. It's very feast or famine. This is something I noticed in melee map making a lot, is I would sometimes have bases where if you just have a base here and your enemy has a base next to you, like, it's not going to last. Like, one of your bases is going to die. Maybe both of your bases are going to die because of a conflict there. Otherwise, there's not really much of a reason to, right? So, like, it's just based on their proximity and the spacing between the pathways that it takes between, and also considering, of course, air units not even necessarily needing to worry about pathways in the same way. So, because of that sort of approach, I think it's a fine approach here. I think it's an example of just the natural process of iterating through your models and figuring out what's the best approach to take. It's going to be more work, for sure. And some of the maps are more painstakingly constructed than others. Like, the second Protoss mission is mostly jungle, and that means that all of the high dirt that's placed there is manually placed there. So reimagining that one is going to be a little bit more annoying, but it's not the end of the world, right? I am still planning on doing it precisely because I need to. Well, I'm going to do it with the first Terra mission anyway, just to see how it plays out, because I'm pretty sure that that's the latchkey that this is, like, maybe not the last thing I need to do to get to that perceived model, the vision that I have of the map or of the game state where games last a minimum of 30 minutes. You get good mid-game action. You get a hint at what late-game action is going to look like. And then that hint will gradually become more and more realized as the maps progress. So in the second map, you'll get a little bit deeper into Tier 4. Maybe you'll even get, like, most playthroughs will result in maybe the player even getting a Tier 4 tech structure and some upgrades or something. And then at the, by the fourth or fifth map, obviously the whole tech tree being unlocked, you'll have access to Tier 5 tech at that point, and the entire game's toolset will be revealed to you, at least for your race. And you'll have a decent amount of understanding of what the toolkit is for the rest of the races as well. So these are some of the ideas that I've had for a while. And I just haven't seen them reflected in the end result of the maps that I've actually released for Hydra, even though obviously it's all beta stuff. So I want to take a crack at making a much larger first map. It's I did the math yesterday. It's 150% wider and 125% taller. It's a little bit more than 125, but it's about just about 125% taller. So it's much bigger at the end of the day, right? And I think that will result in better spacing, obviously more expansions in theory. And since it's a 3v3, the number of players is not changing, but I think it'll be sized appropriately for the conflict, and it will allow players to provide a bit more space for themselves, for their allies. It'll allow for more onboarding time. You'll have more time to, for one, like, scout the map and really understand your sphere of influence. Obviously, there's more map to scout, but because the distance between players is much larger, you're going to see, like, early rushes are not going to be as impactful unless they're executed very skillfully, which I'm fine with. And I think it'll just naturally improve a lot of things about the game. Like it'll improve the emphasis on teamwork and communication, looking out for your allies, like map control, map awareness, that sort of thing. So that's my hypothesis, and this is sort of my experiment to try to figure that out. What's up, Richard? Glad you're enjoying the content. I don't think I've seen you around here before, but every morning, unless I'm exceptionally late to wake up, in which case it's afternoon, but most mornings and every day, I'm over here streaming some content development for my custom Starcraft projects. I should definitely get this attached to a brush so I don't have to do this painstaking process every time. All right. Nice. Happy to have you. Man, I really wish SEM Drift was open source. It would be so much easier. So I guess this is the East Bridge. I'll leave that over there for now. Or would that be the West Bridge? Let's do W Bridge. We'll also be reverting the water discoloration that we ended up doing once we have support for additional tile sets. It kind of sucks that we can't have multiple cycling rules in the default palette, but as far as I understand, that would require, like, fixing that directly would require redoing the entire rendering code. I'm not at that level yet. And I guess that would just be months of work anyway, so. All right, so that's much more reasonable to place. And then we can just extend it this way. I don't think I imported the asphalt coastal cliff tile that I did. Wait. There we go. I knew I was missing something. All right. Suicidal Insanity. That's his username. How does that make you feel? Yeah, exactly. I guess these can share the same name, and it doesn't really matter, so just use the preview to figure out which one is which. The guy is still around, releasing updates occasionally to the product, but well, it's not really a product. You know what I mean? The software. Unfortunately, he's not very, I guess I should just do this, huh? He's not the kind of guy who, would want to release his source code. I think he has some sort of, like, some part of Starcraft source code? That he is probably, like, not allowed to release as a result. I mean, Blizzard wouldn't be able to legally release their source code for StarCraft either, because it contains source code for some proprietary third-party stuff, like the rad video tools and shit like that. Those Vivendi lawyers would be up their asses. As far as giving away his work, I have no idea. I mean, like, basically the only way that we would be able to access so SI, Suicidal Insanity, in order to access his source code for SEM Draft, it's the same way that we would have to access the StarCraft source code itself. We would need to figure out a way to get an insider to infiltrate wherever this source code actually is, right? So I guess he would literally have to hack SI's computer. For Blizzard, it would just be you become an intern, I guess. But the problem is, like, I mean, I don't know that SI would be able to legally hold you responsible. I mean, for the hack probably, but for anything else, I'm not sure. But for Blizzard, you would definitely get just sued. Yes. It's either you buy StarCraft merch to figure out where the source code is. That might have been the only one, man. I'm pretty sure that was the only opportunity. It's either that or just risk lawsuit by getting hired and leaking it. I really wish that he would at least give us the source code for certain functions that we wanted to add features to, and we could do some of the legwork ourselves or something. Oh. Yes. Well, it's sort of like how, just in my quest to become a better developer and to make better, well, more specifically, I guess, to make better StarCraft content, make better RTS content, it's led me down a path where I'm, like, doing 2D art and a bunch of other shit, like programming. Which is pretty absurd to think about. Evolving as a human being to generate higher quality StarCraft content. Like, that's literally my simulation of a life right now. Yeah, why not, dude? What the fuck? Pranked myself. I'd like to 1v1 suicidal insanity. Listen, just getting SAM draft source code would be way better than having to remake our own engine, or our own editor, rather. Yeah. Imagine, like, when I end up inevitably having to invent a time machine so that I can properly... so I could just reach in and grip the code from their cold, dead hands. Let's just say you heard it on this stream first. Never get between a man and his Starcraft. Yeah, it has to. It has to bend for Starcraft, okay? There's just, like, I know I could go and kill Hitler, but I just need Starcraft source code, please. I'm pretty taken aback by the fact that there's actually a what was it? It was the Command and Conquer remaster that got its source code released. I was surprised, to say the least. Unfortunately, that game needs a lot more than, like, it's a lot more work before it's even remotely fashionable. But yeah, at the very least, with the source code available, people have a much easier time doing it. I get 1v1. 1v1 Hitler. Right, yeah. Well, that's the thing, is, like, what if I was never born if Hitler dies, right? Just saying, I mean. I'm not trying to say I'm extremely selfish or anything, but I like my life. Maybe it's in my best interest that Hitler does not get killed in a time machine accident. It's not even stealing, man. Piracy's not stealing, man. Just making a copy, man. Don't you know how copies work? Dude, imagine being a source code pirate. You wouldn't download an SCV. It'd be funny if the source code was just actually, like, you get the source code, you're like, finally! And it turns out it's just a mangled mess. You were better off reverse engineering it. I did have a fever dream a while ago where iQuare was messaging me while I was at work, and he was like, I found StarCraft source code inside Warcraft 2 source code. I was like, what the fuck? he's like, just messaging me, like, in the dead of night in his time zone, too. Man, I wish that dream was real. That would have been epic. It was weird, too, because, like less than a week after that dream, the Warcraft 2 source code got leaked. Or was found or something. Yeah, it'll be own game time pretty soon anyway, but At least make our lives a bit easier in the meantime, right? Come on now. Have some decency. That reminds me of there's this really good line that Patrick did the voice acting for a while ago. He just goes, "Jesus Christ, man, have some dignity." I should have put that on my fucking Mixplay when Mixplay was still a thing. I can't believe Mixer went to fucking Facebook, dude. Mixplay was the one good invention. There's got to be some sort of interactive stream soundboard for these other platforms. Like, there's no way that it's not there somewhere. I know. Why did he? Why did he have to want Overwatch? God damn it! I still can't believe they gave him Overwatch. That's how you know your company has like just massive contempt for consumers. Have our worst game, the Cuck edition. Did I get everything up here? Looks like it. I'll just have to make a blend. I feel like I already made a tile blend for that, but I don't remember where it was. It's not that difficult to do, though. We are the Bob Ross of Starcraft right now, just painting this map. Honestly, like one of the things I have actually had to learn over time is to just not be so angry all the time at the fact that Blizzard just like fucked this game's code base so much that even when I reverse engineer something, I have to reverse engineer like 100 other things. Like it's easy to just become angry at that stuff. But you can't really get much work done if you're just angry. This does give me a funny idea for a Mapcrap, where Terrans have decided to pave over asphalt underneath a temple or something stupid like that. Or Protoss discover roads. Something stupid. See, if we had the source code for this editor, we might be able to automate this process so that instead of having to manually paint everything, I just add a new tile type. But we just can't have nice things. Yeah, Terrans existed before Amon. Terrans invented Amon, dude. One of their failed experiments. All right, time to asphalt structure edge. Yeah, also humans. Well, whoever wants to put structure and asphalt in jungle is going to love the fact that I've done this. I wish it didn't delete the fucking file name. I also wish it worked when I use enter instead of closing it. I don't know why the fuck it does that. It's so weird. Purity of code. JK. Never heard of it. I still remember when you made the discovery that I had done a Undertale playthrough. That was pretty hilarious. There was some comment that you had where somebody said, Pronogo plays Undertale. I would pay money for that. And somebody linked it to you, and you're like, what the fuck? Some very memorable moments. Is that why you've constantly requested Ducky Ducky Literature Club? That probably just has to be me being drunk, though. I don't know if I'd be able to get through that one otherwise. Have to bring Patrick out of retirement for that one. Don't actually play that. Good advice from what little I know about it. I can't even say I've seen anything about it. Although it seems like it's one of those ubiquitous things where it's like, if somebody told you, hey, this is a screenshot of it, you'd be like, oh yeah, I know what that is. Sort of like if you heard a song on a radio, but you didn't know the name of it, or you didn't know the artist. You're like, I've never listened to that person. They're like, yeah, you have. Yeah, for all its faults, you at least occasionally are allowed to play the game. I feel like the reason why Undertale took off was, at least in part, because the art in it was so terrible, right? So like low detail and just in an objective sense, like no technique, right? I think it made people feel better about themselves. Like, wow, if I can convince myself that this game is good, then maybe my shitty drawings are good too. I feel like there's got to be some element of that, man. Like, there's no way people actually enjoyed playing the game for what it is. But who knows? I still can't believe I neglected to import the fucking inner corners for structure. I mean, but surely I did import them eventually. I just have to find them in this giant fucking morass of a tile set. Or maybe I never imported them even here. Did I really never import them? Well, there's none in there. I actually never imported them. That's hilarious. Well, destroyed. Just quickly paint this stuff. Oh no. Yeah, that should be right. Trying to line these up. Oh, I could have been wrong there, actually. Yeah, I'll definitely be doing that. There will eventually be brushes for all the tiles, but I just have not gotten around to it yet. I probably won't add support for stuff like what I just did now. I feel like it would just lead to more confusion than anything. Still can't believe I never imported the inner corners, man. What an accidental prank. Yeah, that is the problem with working with these tiles, of course, is that the margin of error is so huge, and it is very time consuming. So I can sympathize with it, with that plight that you find yourself in there. I don't know if I can actually... I mean, there's not really much of a need for a ramp over there, I feel like, so... I'll just do something like this. Or I'll throw a doodad in there or something. And that'll have to be enough for now. Yeah, I mean, I just made brushes for asphalt and structure. It's definitely something that saves you some time. So I'll upload that in a second because I still have to add in the we'll say. Just going to quickly redo this one because I had them in the wrong category. But the issue is, I don't know if anybody else has ever messed with attempting to make a brush. But the main issue is that, like, I can't really sort them, right? I can't sort them by name. I can't sort them really in any way. I can't rename them. All I can do is delete them. It doesn't save my preferences, so every time I relaunch, maybe it'll save it if I do it this time because I haven't closed the program. No, it doesn't even do that. So as you can see, they're extra large by default for some reason. I don't know if that's a setting I can configure, but it doesn't just save my preference. Like, it doesn't save the width of the brush palette. Like, I can do all this and then close and then open. So every time I open, I've got to do this and then extend it out to match whatever it is I'm looking for, like whatever tile I'm looking for. I can't, like, just set my own guidelines for stuff. I can't, like, set my own rows so that, for example, in the... If I can find the structure again. For example, in the structure edge, I can't make it so that... okay, the north edge for both west and east is 8 long, but the south edge is 9 long. Like, I can't do something like that. If I extend it 9 long, well, then it also ramps up over here. So, like, I guess the only solution to this would be to, like, move these south edges into their own category so that they didn't interfere with the north edges. The problem with that is I can't move them to a new group. I can only delete them. That's the only action I can take. So I can't rename them, and I can't move them to a new subgroup. I can't create, like, a nested tier of subgroups. It's like, this is a horribly inefficient and feature-incomplete system. And unfortunately, we have no control over it because of the nature of the beast. I've asked SI a lot of things lately, including not more immediately, but just in general. If I go find my DMs with him. Obligatory desperate plea for source access. That's one of the last messages I sent. He never wrote up the specs for the SCMDBRH files, which are the brush files. I asked him if we could write our own tool for organizing them, but we would need the file structure, right? We'd need the specs for it. He said that it's just an MPQ with one file in it, but that is similar to a CHK, but not exactly the same. But he doesn't have he never wrote them up, so, and he never got back to me after that. So. I've been reporting bugs to him all the time, though, and if he responds, it's a very rare response. Like, he doesn't respond very often. Yes. We will have to do it with Mapcrap. Suicidally insane. You might be onto something there, Shirk. Maybe he named himself that after making SEM Draft. What a mess. He's not in jail? Oh, if you're alluding to the rape guy, listen, rape guy is not in jail either. Unfortunately. He's still around. We could still get Firegraft source if we could find him. But I guess he's only on Facebook, and I'm not making a Facebook account for that. Rape guy, yeah. Disciple of Adun. He made Firegraft. He's also a rapist. Yeah. I can't believe you missed that one. That 100% confirmed by some people who told me so. He never went to prison. He never got arrested for it. It's just rape. Got away with it. As fucked up as that is. Dude, how do I not have the inner corners here? Yeah, I can't wait for him to get Me Too'd. As if he ever would. Maybe I have them in here? Because I remember realizing that I didn't have them anywhere else. Yeah, okay. So I just have to reindex them. Yeah, so we could find him and get his source code maybe, but I don't know if he would be interested in it. And it also really puts us in a shitty position to have to ask a rapist for something. Gross. I do like that, though. At least he's not in jail. You break, actually. What's going on, man? We were just talking about rape. A cheery subject in the morning. Ah, prank. If only I could multi-select. I shouldn't say if only, though. I mean, this is way better than it used to be. Yeah. Like, imagine the psychotic, unholy alliance we have to form here. And I mean unholy. Unholy. Oops. Who's the rapist? Disciple of Adun, the creator of Firegraft. I kind of feel bad about just constantly repeating that because I don't actually have confirmation, but apparently it's not something that can even be confirmed because the person who was the victim is, well, I guess I don't really know what's going on with that, but that's like when I found out that Killer 11, who was a guy who was helping Mesk with some Unreal 4 work or Unreal 3 work, I guess, back in the day. Like, this is back in like 2012 or something. It was discovered that Killer 11 was just kidnapping people. Like, why are people in this community so fucked up? Yeah. We do need a Vice documentary at this point. Restore order. Although that it does add some context to people who call me, of all people, a permanent stain. And yes, permanent. I guess it's not their fault I can't speak English. It's like you guys don't even know. You think somebody just saying that your content isn't great is a permanent stain. At least I didn't rape people. What the fuck? Is there an option to duplicate flags in 2x2 tile groups? No, there's not yet. But eventually there will be. Like, eventually there'll be multi-select. But like I've asked Veek to add that, yeah. So that's in. We can go ahead and add this. Oh yeah. Not only will I hate you forever, but I'll also get diarrhea. Wait, I don't even think Shirk knows about that. Dude, Shirk, were you there when we were confronted with Mengsk diarrhea man? I can't even say that was true. It's only funny. Mengsk diarrhea man. Yeah, true. Oh, you were there with us. Okay. I wanted to make sure. I lost track of who was involved and who was not. Wait, are these all the same? Did I get pranked? Holy moly. They are all the same. Oh, whatever. I'll have to just null all those other tiles. Oh wait. So this would be W inner corner. Let's say E inner corner. Well, charges are a little weird, because, like mines and stuff. I agree that they're funky, but I don't think that they necessarily would need to be replaced or recharged or something. Like, the thing is, if it's just charging based off of a cooldown, like, oh, every 60 seconds I replenish my mines, like, you don't want anything where your unit... like it has a really long cooldown on being able to be useful again. Because the whole point is like real-time action, so you should be able to get some value out of the unit no matter what. This is one of the reasons why queens are really bad, because once they use broodling, they're useless for a while until they regenerate energy, right? So they are basically, that is a cooldown. Like energy regeneration rate is a cooldown, and that's the only utility that queens will get, right? Whereas science vessels can detect, and their most impactful spell, irradiate, the most commonly used spell, is on a relatively low energy cost. So assuming you have the energy capacity upgrade, or you just have your vessels out for a while, eventually they'll be, like, they can always threaten to do something impactful, whereas queens, at most, they kill one unit, right? So, and it costs a lot of energy. So, yeah, like, that's why infestation is going to be pretty important and require queen positioning. So, like, you'll actually be able to, assuming you're in the middle of an enemy base, or you're, like, trying to siege an enemy base, that'll be, like, where queens can show added value without needing energy. Defilers can obviously consume to constantly provide value. High Templar can merge into an Archon to provide value after their energy is out. Like, you think to all of the other casters out there, the ones that are not used very often are the ones that cannot provide sufficient, if any at all, value after their spells have been dropped. Vultures can still provide value after mines are out, though. That's one of the reasons why they're different. And obviously, ghosts don't really provide that much value in the base game without energy. Even with energy, they don't provide that much value because it's very APM intensive. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to change lockdown. Yeah, energy regeneration rate could be increased moderately, or even minorly, in a very minor amount, by that upgrade. I was looking to add value, so I talked about this a while ago. I haven't really, I haven't looked into this more recently. Like, I haven't really spent a lot of time conceptualizing it, but I want to provide more value to the overall construction of spellcasters and like how they fit into compositions. So, for example, I'm going to increase the cost of Ascendancy and then merge that with Kadaran Amulet so that High Templar get their plus 50 energy upgrade and Ascendancy's current effect where they get energy back from kills. So it's like, that's one upgrade now. It's to augment their energy capacity. And so, like, science vessels would have to have something like that too, where it's not just a plus 50 energy upgrade. It's also something else in addition to it. It's like adding more gameplay or more impact or more positioning or like more skill expression, increasing the skill ceiling to get more value out of the unit with this upgrade. Right, yeah. So, like, if the cheapest ability as well is like the vanilla Corsair is 125 energy in order to use Disruption Web, or vanilla Queen is like 150 energy to use Broodling. I'm pretty sure it's 150 by default. Like, that's one of those cases where it's like, what the fuck? Like, what are you even doing? How soon we're going to add new infestation, and should infestation be researchable? If infestation ends up being really game morphing, then maybe we can put it behind a Hive Tech research or something. But I don't think it will be. Queens are going to require a dedicated tech structure. You're not going to get Queen's Nest just to get Hive, is what I mean by that. So, like, with the tech tree changes that we're looking, like, the Zerg are staring down the barrel of a huge tech tree change, which started with changing Lair to require Spawning Pool or Evolution Chamber, and Spire to be a basic structure, so that now it only requires an Evolution Chamber. But so there's something there, right? There's already been some changes. And Hive Tech is going to require a different structure. It's going to require the Iroleth Birth, which is a tech structure for evolving Overlords into Iroleths, which is an economic thing, as well as obviously providing Overlord speed upgrade and stuff like that. So eventually, like, we'll be changing a bunch of stuff like that. So Hive Tech will require that tech structure. The way that Zerg work with tech tree structures as well is a little bit different. So one of the things that Veek mentioned recently was that he didn't see the inherent value in morphing a lot of hatcheries into layers or layers into hives. One of the secret or lesser considered advantages is that you don't rely on a single tech structure, like a single science facility, in order to provide the tier 3 tech availability, because you've got multiple hives. What's going to change about this is the Irileth birth will require a lot of resources. And it's basically going to be a significant cost just to get into tier 3 tech. But once you have that, you can specialize into, like, you get your hives, and your hives are what provides you with tier 3 tech. You're paying a premium to unlock the opportunity to get tier 3 tech, if that makes any sense. Oh, I don't know, man. Probably I want to draft up the concept for operatives and champions and get those in there, but that's definitely going to be, that's like more than one thing, right? That's a significant thing. I don't think Science Facility will have any add-ons. Layers and hives do create larvae faster. Veek was saying that he does, mathematically speaking, he doesn't see a reason to do that when you can build more hatcheries. We had a whole conversation about it yesterday, but one of the other things that you get when you morph additional layers and hives is you get security for your tech, and that's one of the things that makes Zerg completely different in the new game state. It's like they're very different now than the default, like the Protoss and Terran methods, which are, I'm going to build my tech structure, and hopefully it doesn't get destroyed. Like Science Facility will cost like somewhere in the neck of like 500 of each resource, if not more, and that's to unlock tier 3. So it's going to be a significant change in how you conceptualize teching up. It's going to be a little bit more like it's not as expensive as in like the Age of Empires games to access a new age, and it's also not as far-reaching in that sense, because it's not like it immediately levels up a bunch of stuff about your environment. So that's why it's not as expensive. But you can also get knocked back down to the earlier tech trees or tech tiers if you just delete, those structures. That is, I mean, I like the idea of it, but it sounds like it would be a lot of work for you to do. Anyway, as far as how soon I want to see Infestation added, I think it could be relatively soon. We have the strings and everything implemented for ramming speed as well, if you wanted to add that. But I figure we're going to just focus for a while on the extenders and bug fixes and stuff. If you see something that's like a little bit of a lower effort as far as like what's required and you want to throw it in there, sure. I have not played, I played the third one, much to Hoop Thrower's chagrin. I have not played the other ones yet. I've been told that the second game's latest updates are actually really good, but I never found the games to be that exciting, personally. I still have to play the Stronghold series, because you gifted it to me a while ago. That fucking batshit franchise. That's a neat identity for a faction, though, is having them be focused around customization options. Yeah, isn't it just like batshit crazy or whatever? It's just like whatever, throw it all in there. Oh, okay. Yeah, you mentioned that in DMs. I'll definitely be getting to it. We have a while before next Mapcrap arrives, so hopefully by then I've finished the high dirt makeover as well. Because the high dirt tiles are pretty ugly right now. And painting this stuff is definitely much easier when you've got all this. I've actually only no, I really don't remember anything about Empire Earth. I never played it, but I remember seeing it in GameStop back in the day. If you can believe that. What the fuck? A classic move. That's pretty psychotic. It's not even that old of a game, isn't it? Or am I... Oh, maybe the first game is, yeah. I heard that Empire Earth 3 jumped the shark in some way. Like, it was... People didn't like it as much. That's all I really... That's what I was remembering, I'm pretty sure. That I heard about. Right, yeah. I'll have to create like a brush that's just the road tiles in various organizations. For some reason, it becomes incredibly hard to estimate mouse accuracy when you're at this zoom level. I'm not sure what's up with that. Oh, okay, yeah. Is it widely considered that the first game was the best then? Man, what a time to be alive when there were enough games in the RTS genre being released that you could have an RTS of the Year award. Yeah, maybe again. Not holding my breath, but maybe. All right. What are we missing here? Oh no, doodads. So I guess we should say asphalt, dirt, left. That is pretty goofy. And like unbelievable almost. That's pretty funny though. Okay, so we've manually painted this map, as was for Todd. Still not 100% sure how I'm going to figure the rest of this stuff out. I mean, I haven't given a huge amount of thought to how I want the other bases to be structured, or where I even want them all to be structured. Like, I've pretty much decided that we're going to have Randall starting off in the middle over there. Previously, so I actually want the magistrate player to be... I had some idea from here. I think it was something to do with the fact that, like, the big flaw that I see with the Terran layout in this area in the bottom, like the bottom strip, is that what would appear to be a very easy natural for player 1 to take is actually player 2's natural. So it's like they almost have to fight over who gets this. So I would say, anyway, that player 2 has a very safe base in the original. We could put him back in the corner over here somewhere. But I kind of want to have more maneuvering room around all of the bases. So I want to pull those bases away from the border of the map in that sense. And that makes me think that maybe we should set up one of the players to be like right here. They're still really close to Randall at that point. I want this to be I was thinking that this would be a base more than anything. This would be like a... This would be an expansion as opposed to a starting location. But at least one starting location, maybe right in this area, where like the resources are in here and you've got your command center at the edge. Something like that of the asphalt. Could work for sure. And... So this is either Raynor or the Magistrate. I'm not sure who would be grabbing this base. But we can say for sure that we want one of them here. A lot of them don't actually have... They don't provide a lot of value. A lot of them are just straight up like too restrictive or too low effort. And by low effort, I mean like ones that are just not very fun. They don't offer a lot of value. Like low value, I guess would be a better one. So either it's like map must be littered with typos, which is just like a boring, low effort, low value theme, or it's like map must have 2 player controlled factions, which is too gameplay restrictive. You know what I mean? Like it informs too much. So I wanted to keep only the ones that could be used as almost like writer's prompts, where it's like, here's an idea for a map. It has, it involves Santa Claus or something, like whatever. And you're like, oh, I guess I could make a map with that idea. And then it's supposed to be like giving you, it's like instead of a completely blank canvas, it fills in some things and then you paint around that. It's sort of like that. That's what I wanted it to be like. So hopefully that's what we end up getting with any luck. So maybe I actually could have this be the Magistrate's setup shop location off in that corner. And they have like a nice open area for their base, but no immediate expansion. So if they want to actually take a base, they have to move out, right? That would be a pretty radical change to the original state of the game, or original map state, but I'm okay with that. I don't want to put him up against the border over here, because it's like, not only will he be safe, but he's also got access to a lot of areas, whereas in this case, he really has very limited access. So it's kind of a trade-off of like, okay, yeah, he's relatively safe, but just like it's hard for enemies to get into his base area, it's hard for him to get out in the same way. Like, he can be easily contained with lurkers over here or sunkens or something. So maybe that's okay. I was initially just going to slot him in like over here, but I don't want the spacing between the players to be so close, right? Like the Zerg will be, like one of them will be up here. One of them is going to be like top middle probably. And then one of them is going to be over here. So they're going to be a little bit more spread out, I think. Oh, ambiguous victory conditions. I will fix that up. Yeah, for full toilet, we are... All right, so that's in. But yeah. For full toilet, I was thinking we could do a campaign. So each contestant would, well, it would be, you'd be able to make one map, but the idea is that, like, because of the time involved, I would expect, I would allow for people to make campaigns too. So multiple maps would be allowed, basically. You, actually. Can't believe your name is Crow Equilibrium. What's up, Remy? How you been? How are your Unreal tournaments going? Remy. It's Rimtech Combat, dude. Nice. So here's the other problem with this, though. Oh, fuck! It actually is a fucking crow. Not that you could hear that anyway, but... I heard that. Is that a fucking crow? Caw. Can't believe, crow and crow. So I actually was planning on putting a base over here. So that's another issue with this. So I guess what I could do is, like, I could put some structure over here. Slap this down real quick. I'll deal with the lack of variety later. But another component to this is I don't know that I'll be able to actually implement a ramp over here. Okay, I can do one for that. I don't remember where the north-facing ramps are in this tile set, though. Oh, maybe I can. It looks like I will be able to. I feel like those will be pretty interesting to look at some point. Whenever those are done. So this is where... should do something like... Yeah, I definitely think that there's something to be said for having more in the form of environments and all that. So I have to make that blend at some point. So what inspired you to do the whole train thing? Like, where was it? Did you like the or see value in the implementation of whatever it's called? It was Tiberian Sun, I think, that did that, right? They had trains. You saying that because there's a mountain or what? I never played Skyrim, so don't get the reference. Yeah, critters walk around to block your building space and be killed. Even the AI kill them, and the AI barely kills anything without modding. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's not a bad idea, actually. I don't know why I didn't think of that myself. Some yeet. Don't even know what the fuck that means. I have become a boomer. It's funny how quickly you lose touch. Dr. Disrespect is dead. Amazon.com Prime Delivery. You know that happened in an Antioch Chronicles map because they didn't bother planning? They didn't plan to have actual gameplay in a cutscene map, so when they reused the cutscene map, and they said, hey, we need the player to be able to mine resources, a dropship unloads mineral fields for you. You to fucking mine. And they tried to play that one straight. What a mess. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just drop them into your fucking command center, but, you know. Another thing you were thinking of was different types of minerals. I've been thinking about that. Well, not really recently, but I have thought about that historically speaking, and I can't find a way to make it make sense. Like high yield minerals, I feel like defeat the purpose of all of the. They sort of sidestep all of the interesting elements of taking an area and controlling it and holding it long enough to mine it. Like I guess you could do maybe resources that regenerate faster than others. So you know how like there's iroliths and penance and quarries that are meant to boost regeneration rate. Maybe there could be a neutral aspect of the map that would even be destructible potentially that would boost regeneration rate of resources in a nearby area, and that would create a sort of high yield, but it wouldn't be like directly with the minerals themselves being different. It would be building on an existing mechanic in the game. Ship us 200,000 minerals unless we're done with them. I don't plan high yield minerals. Yeah. I just mean like that is like the first idea that everybody comes to because it's already been tried before. I feel like having neutral structures, sort of like how Tiberian Sun had those trees or whatever, the Tiberian trees. Yeah. You know, that's funny that you say that because I had the same idea in Warcraft 3. I had a Warcraft 3 project where you would be mining resources and your like if you were mining resources that were like from enriched steel or something like that, like it was like iron ore that you were mining, your weapons would be it would be like having as long as you were mining resources, your weapons would be enhanced. But it was just too much overhead for me to figure out how to communicate that to the player. Blow up churches, get money. Yeah, they also had that in Tiberian Sun. I don't know what the fuck is up with that. I don't know what kind of political message they were sending there. I'm not doing that. Okay, getting banned. Bye. See you later, man. Well, you could have done that, but like the issue is like how do you abstract that from like how does somebody know that the like how do I add that to readability? So how do enemies know that the player has bonus weapon damage from that and not from just upgrading their weapons? How does the player know that their enemies have access to that sort of mine? Is that too much information to even be able to metagame? Like, oh, the enemy's attacking me, and they have a specific read that tells me that their weapons are like the weapons are a little bit more gray or a little bit more silver or something, and that's the read. Well, then I know what part of the map they might be in. You know what I mean? Like, is that too much information to provide? Like, it opens up a whole mess of design questions for that sort of thing. Like, it's not even necessarily the overhead of actually making all the assets and adding it all, but it's like for a player, is that too much information to even have to process to begin with? It's definitely an abstraction, but I don't know what else to say about that. So go refine your metal. Yeah, like you can make a read on the resource itself, but I'm talking about like if it's adding weapon damage or whatever, it's or if it's adding some sort of benefit, there's got to be some visual indication for not only the player that's mining it, like not only the resource that provides that bonus, but also the player's units that are affected by it, and then the player's enemies need to be able to read that as well. Right, yeah. But I mean, like, if you can't implement all the reads, I don't know if it's wise to do it in the first place, is basically what I'm arguing for. Yeah, yeah. For sure. It's something worth experimenting with. It's just like not being able to provide the information to the player is like, rather, providing information to a player is always something that's on my mind for that sort of thing. Right, yeah. Escalations ended up being an unfortunate failed experiment, but we got value out of it anyway, so I'm not really that upset about it. I like the idea as well of like explaining minerals too, like explaining what how resources work in Hydra differently. Like there's going to be a line where when somebody scouts this area, if Randall is still alive at the time, he might mention like, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that," and he starts rattling off like a quick line about a failed experiment or an accident where they spilled some minerals or something. Like the idea that they're like the resources are now just growing wherever they can grow. So like somebody just had like there was an accidental spill of this substance that generates these resources. So like be careful or whatever, you know. Like at least we can use them now. I don't know how we're gonna clean that up after though. Something like that. Like a cute little line to just build a little bit on the like how the resources got there in the first place, because it's all too convenient that they always end up showing up with like geysers next to each other. My reasoning for adding escalations, I wanted Terrans to be able to customize their army on the fly, but specifically their army comp, not like individual units. And I thought that it would end up being more enjoyable to do that. But now I realize that recently, not like I guess like in the last year or so, I've realized that the reason why the system doesn't work very well is because Terrans already have a method by which to customize their army, and it's add-ons. And so I was building like an accessory system that didn't need to be there because there was already a system that could have done the job. So I am a gamer and have been since birth. Holy shit, what a man. All right, buddy. Gamer since birth. Be careful who you say that. Born and bred. Nobody likes carbs. Destroyed. Excavation is definitely an interesting idea. I'm pretty happy with it. Oh, just the guy who just got... Oh no. Is he a memer? Oh man. I have to ban him now. Why did he have to do that to me? I shouldn't have. I can't believe it deleted his messages. That kind of ruins the whole point. Oh yeah, he immediately was booted. Ejected. Forcibly. You fucking kidding me? Some guy decided to send Vor to the channel as his greeting. Not a big loss. Jeepers creepers. Oh, I'm looking for it. The fuck? Updating Visual Studio Code. I closed the program and you're updating it. Thanks, Microsoft. I don't think he's gonna see it. 187. Yeah, I just never ended up copy pasting that ID. Don't show me Terran Savant. Listen. I wish it didn't delete his fucking message. Well, I'm glad it did. Nobody should have to look at that. It's now on my stream forever and everything. What a disaster. You believe this shit, Eichwer? Savants may turn out to be too niche. Abilities are useful, but still very situational. They'll be much better than ghosts because they're much more expensive. But yeah, their abilities probably need to be revised to be less APM intensive. Action economy was not something I was really in tune with in when I actually made the when I made the unit, basically. When I came up with the concept. Yeah, the Savant was meant to be like a unit that's specifically designed for interacting with spellcasters, allied and enemy. Yeah, where he joined the server and then got banned within seconds. He couldn't even post vor.mp4. Was it? That was a mistake if that was the case. I never, I'm always meant the Azazel, for the Azazel to be a science vessel alternative. Yeah, looking at the fact that they cost 100 gas, I should definitely be refactoring their stats if that's the case. And the idea that there's an internal cooldown for each individual unit too, like that's got to go. Just like consume or whatever, it should be as often as you can do it. Because, like, I think initially I was worried that you'd just be able to constantly drain a unit, like an enemy target, enemy caster or whatever. I was also worried that you'd be able to like constantly reapply energy to a specific unit. If you can get the micro like precision and stuff to do that, I think that's fine. Like if you're making the first move as a savant, it's probably fine because you're probably walking into enemy units. It's unlike like either your opponent has mispositioned their caster, in which case they could die or be neutralized in many different ways, not just the savant, or you're positioning well and getting that off to like drain a lot of energy. And the savant can't drain any energy if its energy is already full as well. So there's going to be a lot about that like you don't need a cooldown to gate that power because it's already gated by the nature of how interactions in StarCraft work. Energy decay is an interesting one though because it's not like feedback. It's like feedback, but if feedback only worked when the unit cast a spell. So if you spend if you have a full HP High Templar and he casts Psionic Storm, which costs 75 energy, he deals 75 damage to himself, and so he will like he'll take 75 damage from the spell. So at that point, it's like he's only got 5 health left to spend. So if he's got if he's been hit by pretty much anything in the game, he's gonna kill himself with that spell cast. No, I have not looked at any of them. Why is a WebM being played through that? The fuck? What even is a WebM? Should I just put this on Imgur so I can watch it without having to actually open it? We only allow videos up to 60 seconds long, huh? Holy shit, this is a big one. Yeah, open it with csgo.exe. Oh, you sent me the entire Joker movie. Thanks. I can't believe it. They shrunk the entire movie down to a fucking phone. That is the entire, yeah. Yeah, probably. Well, in related news, I gotta take a shit, so I'll be back later. All right, I want to get more work done on this here. I'm trying to imagine how I want to sort of separate out the rest of this stuff. We've got a lot of natural pathways already being formed, like how we have this little valley over here, right? And then to the left of that, there's this long, thin strip of high dirt, which is a direct pathway into this like little courtyard, if you will. And then it splits off over here, or it splits into here. So these are this is like a defensible area. You can put some tanks here. Obviously, it's very much like, hey, you have the defender's advantage over here, you little Terran baby. You know what to do here. Like, I don't need to fucking handhold people. Like, I designed the area. They can look at it and be like, I know what to do here. So I am looking forward to seeing that in action. That being said, since we have this, that sort of pushes out into the natural and also can fan out over here, that makes me think that we should probably have some sort of separation over here. Like right in this area should be a cliff, so that it's like, again, this pathway leads into a nice little mini courtyard that leads into the pathway into the main and the pathway into the nat. Stuff like that. And so this will probably be like a little bit of an unbuildable area with rocky ground or something like that that stops you from immediately completely walling this off. Whereas maybe this side is a little bit easier to wall off, but it's obviously further away. So probably, like, there's some balance there. I might not completely disallow walling either, but something like this where it's... You know, it's just not made trivial. Is, I think, fine, and I'll build on that later on. So then we'll have stuff like... Like I said, some sort of cliff down here. Which means maybe the third should be over here. I was also thinking that there could be just an alternative pathway down here. So like if I were to... something like this. So maybe this should be structure. Yeah, we'll definitely need some of that. I'm thinking something to the effect of like trying to establish a very consistent visual set of themes. It'll probably be halfway, somewhere in between. I don't think it'll be as large as the Thor, but I might surprise myself. We will get some really large units for tier 4 and tier 5. Talking like capital ship shit that's like twice as big as the battlecruiser or whatever, which means we'll need something to allow unit graphics, or just in general graphics, to be bigger than 256 pixels. I don't know how we'll do that, but we're going to need something like that. I don't even know if that's feasible, but I would like that to be the case. So yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking we probably need... Like, I want this to be structured. I want this stuff to be man-made if there's any cliffs at this point, right? And so it needs to be a little bit more refined. It can't be as haphazard as this. This works for an organic cliff, but not for a man-made one. And so... Thanks. So today you learned what vor is. Sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry I was the cause of you learning that. I mean, I've made some mistakes, but man, never thought they'd be like that. Where is what I'm looking for? Hmm. Okay. All right. Well, we're back to Bob Rossing it, as it is, you know. Have we do any of the extenders deal with pointers otherwise, or what? Is this the first time that an extender would have been dealing with a pointer? Oh, I did just realize I unnecessarily filled in this gap here. Because obviously I gotta fill in the whole thing. Goofball. Ah, thanks, Wucker. How are you, dude? Wucker, Wucky, Wucket. Other extenders don't deal with pointers. Okay. Need to extend both pointer arrays and arrays of structures referenced by pointers. I assume neither of those are accomplished right now. I'm redrafting the first Terran mission, but soon I'll be having some food and we'll be watching the AI duke it out on the first Terran mission's current draft, and I'll talk a bit about some things I would like to fix. And one of the some of the reasons behind me redrafting it in the first place. Well, it's kind of an experiment, but one of the reasons I was having such a difficult time working with, I don't know if I really ever went into this, but like I've gone through, well, that's hard to see now because of all of the different tile set changes, but the map used to be much smaller than it currently is. I've gone through a ton of different versions of it, and this is probably like the third revision, but that revision was not a complete revision. It was just me expanding the map size to be wider each time. And at some point, I just have to face the music, you know what I mean? And be like, all right, listen, we got, like, that something is fundamentally flawed with the way that I made the layout in the first place. And expanding the size alone is not going to fix it. I'm going to have to redraft a lot of stuff. And so that's basically what I've been getting at now. Well, the new version is even bigger, so it's definitely not too big. Oh, I have to set up the triggers again a little bit here. There's probably a bunch, but oh no, maybe there aren't any. I think I've already started cannibalizing values from bug always happens when I switch it to observer mode. I've already started cannibalizing values from the tile sets because I think we ran out. So in this version of the map, with it being a 3v3, the map is basically just not sized appropriately for 3 players. That's the fundamental issue that I'm seeing. You know, you've got these, 3 Terran players, but the rush distance between the middle Terran player and all the others is way too small. It's still okay if some Zerg are close to this player and can pressure him early, but the factor of distancing needs to be wider. So the paths need to be longer, the rush distance needs to be wider, or longer, so that there's a better, a more emphasis on defender's advantage in the first place. Because Blizzard was not thinking ahead. Because Blizzard. That's the answer. Well, Vika has more free time now, so maybe there will be soon. Nice burrow. The perfect moment to move your Zerglings to the new expansion. The perfect moment to move all of your drones to the build site at the same time. And block yourself, idiot. Oh, looks like he'll actually be safe. There's a lot of Marines, but he's going to have the Sunken and a couple Lings. So they all moved away like idiots. Anytime now. Oh, never mind. His ally's coming to help him. What a disaster. All of those Zerglings are dead. No Ling speed. Spore colony, by the way. Like, why? Why do melee AI behave so fucking poorly with defense? I don't understand it. Oh. Now that my lair is almost dead, I guess I'll defend. Very smooth, yeah. Excellent positioning on these Marines. Much more puzzling positioning on the Zerglings. What the fuck? I just ran past the other Marines to kill these ones. Oh. Bye. Ha! I gotta help my ally defend. He's been very useful this whole game. Hi. Ah, I don't have enough money. Bye. Has Raynor even done anything? Oh, he's got men. Oh. Hi. I have 5 Sunkens. See you, nerd. I have the number of Sunkens Eric should have had when the first attack hit. Eviscerated. Nice hatchery placement. Oh, man. Well, it was nice knowing you, buddy. Oh, shit. Raynor went shaman. Oh, his shaman is, there's not a single unit that needs the healing. I don't know what they're doing. Hi. I'll just morph right in front of you, dude. Fuck, they would have won that fight too easily. If they hadn't done that move. Check out my shamans. Shaman status operational. Oh no! Ah, it's larva inject. Ah, Starcraft 2. Ah, man. Oh shit! Randall built a tank. Oh shit! Randall built many tanks. Oh fuck! Ahmed. Hi. You can't kill my marine. It's simply not possible. AI usage of shaman is really peculiar. They're like trying to attack and also it's like they're APM gods, so they're canceling med stims in between the cooldown of it so that they can attack and then reapplying it. It's pretty funny. Oh, they've also got a medic on the front lines too. It's over, dude. Dude, look at this man survive. That's like a VIP Marine right there, man. Meanwhile. I really like the little subtle animation there for the tank turret. It looks really nice, I think. So yeah, looking at this map right now, the... Whatever, man. The biggest issue that I find from it is that the rush distance between some of these players is really small. For the kind of gameplay that I'm looking for, I want players to have to, you know, like I said earlier, I've said it to death at this point, but for everybody who didn't hear it the first time, it's like I'm looking to try to provide gameplay where in every single mission, especially the earlier missions, you should be looking at an average game time of something around the something around like 30 minutes minimum for the early levels. And that Overlord can stay alive. And that means that you're looking at a situation where the AI needs to actually live long enough for you to not win in 30 minutes. It doesn't mean that you can't lose sooner than that. It doesn't mean that the AI couldn't, in theory, lose sooner than that. But the idea is that for the, like, on average, the playthroughs will last around, like, that time minimum, so that most playthroughs will have enough, like, most players will have enough time to progress to tier 3 tech and play around with the tools afforded to them by having tier 3 tech, and experience the tools afforded to their enemies by having tier 3 tech. And maybe there being a hint of the Hydra late game, because 30 minutes is the Hydra mid game. You've been in the mid game for a bit, but you've had time to explore that level of gameplay, right? So, like, that's the basic idea. And you don't get that opportunity in the current state of affairs. And that is a problem. So, like, that's one of the reasons why I made the map bigger, is because we've got longer pathways between players. We have access to have, like, the availability for more expansions, but most importantly, expansions that are spaced out better, so that when you have a situation like there's no real way for a Zerg player to stop Raynor from taking this high ground base. At best, they could try to like they can't stop them from escaping this area, because they can go around so many different ways, right? So you can't really contain this area. Like, just by virtue of Raynor starting here, he's going to have access to this, and he's going to have basically unfettered access to it. Same is true for over here. It's like, what are you going to do? Literally contain the entire choke down here as well as here? Like, even then he's got 2 ramps down here, so the Magistrate can just take the space that way. So, like, there's a lot of inalienable advantages to the starting locations. That's not necessarily a terrible idea, but it's so frequent and it's so unconscious. Like, it wasn't designed that way because I thought that was a good way to design it. It's accidental or incidental. It's not something where I believed in the idea and I was deliberately doing it. So, because I designed a lot of these maps with, like, just on feeling, as opposed to designing them for the sake of actually making the environments open to many strategies and require skill-based execution and skill-based strategy, like development of strategies, in order to take advantage of them, I think it naturally lended to a poor quality or lower quality product than what I wanted. So, for example, looking at something like this, like the Raynor has a very natural, very obvious place to go. But there's ways to deny Raynor his natural, should you so want to. And additionally, much like in the first map, this base right here is ambiguous as to whether you want the Magistrate to take it or Raynor to take it, except for the fact that Raynor has access to 3 other bases and the Magistrate has no access to no other bases. So of course the Magistrate's going to take this. Now in this new version, maybe this base is good for Randall. Maybe you decide you want to leave the space open for Randall to take. Randall being in the middle over here. He hasn't gotten his main resource area yet. But there will be other bases that Randall can take that are a little bit more risky, perhaps, because they're closer to the Zerg than the Terrans. But that will free up this space to be taken by Raynor. So teamwork and cooperation in that respect provides you with more in that, like more answers, more solutions, more strategy. And it's not a binary thing of, well, I have no other base to take, so of course I'm going to take this base. Now, that's how it is in most Melee games. It's like, it's not that I have no other base to take, but 9 times out of 10, my first base is my natural. Like, way more than 9 times out of 10. The only case where that's not the case is when a Zerg gets their natural denied, so they take their 3rd or 4th instead as their natural, and then eventually they expand to their natural anyway. So it's just like a temporary setback. Yeah, but why would I force the player to have to use a specific strategy in order to win? Like, unless it's in the AI's personality to build a lot of Sunkens, like Arak, I don't see the value in doing that. And it's also forcing the AI to do a certain strategy. It forces the AI to not exert early pressure, which I don't want the case to be either. Like, when I talk about the 30-minute breakpoint, it's obviously conceptual, and it's kind of an arbitrary amount of time. It's just an estimation based on what I've seen from so far and what I can extrapolate based on what the changes are, what changes are going to be arriving. So it's hard for me to say for sure what the end result of all of the changes will be. Obviously, I don't know if the 30-minute mark will be too late or too early for what the actual mid-game mark is. But that's an estimated time. And I look at it like, I want the player to have to experience and execute on ideas based around the core, like tiers 1 through 3 of the tech tree, of both their race and their opponent's races. That's what I want every mission to be in the early stages of the game. I want to at least get to that point where they're not only accessing tier 3, but they're maybe on the fence about teching up to tier 4, and they're really plumbing the depths of what tier 3 offers and reacting to their opponents doing the same thing. So they're like fully immersing in tiers 1, 2, and 3. And that's like what I want the early game to be, is like you're already dug into tier 3 and you're potentially, scaling up to tier 4 and stuff like that. What I'm saying is, I don't put value on the 30-minute mark. I put value on the experience that the player is having. The 30-minute mark is an approximation for me to easily communicate that idea. It's like the player is experiencing more of the game when they're playing for that long, because like as long as the map offers the ability to play the game for that long, at least that long, then the player has the opportunity to experience that amount of the game. Like they have the opportunity to have those many interactions, and those interactions that I'm looking for, of like tier 3 compositions with tier 3 units and upgrades within them, fighting each other and taking fights and all of the different things that come as a result of that. So the number is maybe misleading people. The number is just an approximation for like the amount of time that it would take to access that level of the tech tree. And we go from there to looking at what strategies I have to allow that, and forcing players to tank crawl, or forcing players to build a lot of static defense, or doing anything that like informs to a very specific degree what strategies are viable is not really going to accomplish that at all. Because the whole thing I'm arguing for is like, I've got personalities for the AI. They're not going to be very adaptive. There's going to be some very small call and response stuff where, the enemy's using nukes, so I'm going to build more detection, or whatever. Like maybe I'll research antenna if I get nuked or something, so that doesn't happen again. Stuff like that might be some very specific call and response stuff. The enemy rushed air, so I'm going to get some spore colonies. Whatever the case may be. But aside from very specific call and response cases where the enemy AI or the AI in general is hard-coded to respond to certain edge case scenarios that can't be responded to very well with their default toolkit, their toolkit will remain very similar. Their strategies and their compositions and their playstyles and their preferences are all going to remain very similar, because that's within their personality. The player is able to cultivate their own personality and playstyle, while their personality informs their playstyle. So they're able to cultivate their own thing as they build an understanding of what Hydra gameplay looks like, what it provides them. And they're also able to adapt and say, okay, well, I do enjoy playing a tank crawl playstyle, but maybe I'll try a bio rush this time, or maybe I'll try an air rush, or maybe I'll try to drop my enemy, or something like that. and they'll be free to explore that, and that's like really the player's playground in that sense. They're able to adapt where the AI is not built to adapt. The AI is built to, aside from some call and response changes to their toolkit, the AI is built to execute very well on their strategies. So much so that even if you know, oh, Daggett is in this map and he really likes to use lurker drops and macro expand a lot, and he morphs a lot of his hatches into lairs and hives. So I would expect to see low hatch counts, but still a large number of units because he prioritizes upgrading his stuff. Like, even if you know characteristics about their playstyle, or even if you've mastered playing against them in some sense, you still have to execute at a high level in order to beat them because they're executing on a high level. That sort of thing. So just stacking advantages in favor of the AI through map balance is not really the way to go, in my opinion, because I don't treat the AI like anything different than I treat a player. Like, I like to try to conceptualize it as, if I were a player in this position, what would I do? And that's how I build their base layouts and their early game strategy to be map specific. Obviously, with the information of, like, with the bias slanted towards whatever their personality is. Like, if I'm Arak and I want to sunken crawl, then I'll take a position closer to my enemy's base as opposed to further away and safe. Whereas if I'm a tech-oriented Zerg that wants to spike up to Guardians really quickly or whatever, like maybe what Zaz will end up being, like, then I will probably be taking safer bases and prioritizing bases away from my enemy. Or maybe I'm somewhere in between those two, not really extremes, but those two positions. Maybe I still want to contend with my enemy and do early action, but I want to make sure that I'm looking out for my own safety and security as well. So I've got these biases that inform the playstyle that I'm trying to cultivate, but I'm still designing the whole thing around the idea that... still designing around the idea that it's limited by what a player can provide or whatever. You talking about Flingy or Flingy set spread ID? It just goes back to 516, which is the max. If I go to... And apparently that breaks the... Oh, no, it just doesn't jump correctly on the last one. It's a bug. All right, so I've just reported that. Same thing happens in unit stat as well. I also asked him to change that. We'll see what he says. I think I'll make the road brushes, and then I should import some other stuff as well. Yeah, old Hydra late maps were not exactly worth playing, so you didn't miss that much. Drydock and Munitions Bay just have tiered weapon armor upgrades for now, but like I said earlier, I'm going to be adding a whole bunch of stuff. And we really haven't even scratched the surface, I don't think. So what exactly happens if I... Okay. I was wondering if I want... I don't know if I even want to do that anyway, but I feel like it would probably be useful if I did that. Your brain must be broken. Listen, do you forget? You probably did forget. You probably removed this from your memory, but I don't know if you remember. This might be a painful memory for you to recall. But you did cast a series where players were having strokes for a good amount of time. So it's okay if you need to see a doctor or maybe a therapist. I understand that these memories are painful, but we are here for you. That is pretty funny, though. Broken world. They might be contagious. In a post-corona world. Wow, that was a nice pop, by the way. A post-corona world. Everything is contagious. Engine upgrades, like movement speed or whatever. Conceptual is a way to divide a map into zones, scaling from main base to natural expansion and more risky expansions to danger zone expansions and areas of control. Are you talking about like on a map, like a theoretical level when it comes to game design, or are you just talking strictly for AIs, like AI danger zones or whatever? Yeah, you might get the virus, Valkyrie. Don't do it. He just wanted to slip danger zone into the conversation. I should put that on. Dude, holy shit! Okay, this is a threat. The simulation has sent me a threat. The band is called Caw with a K. It's a crow hanging on a wire. That's the album name, but the album art is a crow about to fall from a wire. This is a threat. The last song, Cut Me Out. They're gonna stab you in the back. Maybe it's not a threat. Maybe it's a premonition. It's a warning. Bow down. No, it's a threat. Holy fuck. That's spooky. Top Gun soundtrack is great, dude. Looks like Corona's image library used by Burning Ground to save screenshots is PNG instead of PCX. That's weird. Let's hear. I have been playing it. I just have the audio muted because I'm tired of getting my videos blocked. I was thinking of what I wanted to listen to. I might put on the Skid Row self-titled album. Really, there's only like 6 songs on that are good, though. So all of their ballads, I could live with that. I gotta like curate a list at some point. Feel Lick Jay-Z listening to DS Skid Row first album, but is already 28 YRZ ever since. Still listening. Oh, yeah. Then there's an aghast emoji, a thinking emoji, and a smiling emoji. Whew. That man is a problem. There was a screen shaking unit, and everything was unreadable. Danger Zone from something else? Danger Zone is a song. So if I go to Danger Zone song, it's from Kenny Loggins. Which might, yeah, it might have been from... It looks like it might have been from Top Gun, so yeah. What the hell is wrong with these people? 4 dislikes? I don't know, man. I'm just happy to have people who feel strongly enough about my content that they need to make their voices heard with a thumb. I don't care what orientation that thumb is. I welcome all thumbs. Of all kinds. So here's Luciferius's picture. Nice pyramid. Illuminati. So we got friendly, natural, defendable. Well, this says neutral, not natural. I don't know what this means. Danger zone. I assume this is actually meant to be natural, but you made a typo in your paper. Your north-facing ramp is about as high quality as the default ones in remastered, so. Wasn't me. If this video gets 1,000 likes, I'll do another one tomorrow. Neutral, natural, okay. Yeah, well, I think the AI should definitely have some sort of conception as to what's going on there. Like, I believe that if you're going to have some sort of situation where the AI has some sort of threat recognition, like for one, we need to make it so that they have to actually explore the map. Not for like finding bases necessarily, maybe in Melee or something, but I think it's fine if they have complete map knowledge as if they've played the map itself very frequently. So they know like, oh, there's a choke point here and whatever. I don't really care about that because it's like the player has to learn the map, but trying to program an AI that learns the map is really, really difficult and also would just get in the way of providing high quality gameplay. I think one of the ideas that we've come up with is when we end up having terrain painting and like basically when we have a replacement for SCM draft when it comes to painting terrain and all that, what we want to be able to do with Mapcrap is in the editor itself, basically access a new layer, not sort of like locations, but it will be a little bit different, where you'll be painting areas where you want the AI to build certain structures or consider certain things. So you could say, like, this is my natural, right? So you could say, like, this is where your first expansion should be. And then you can say, like, well, it wouldn't even necessarily be that prescriptive. It would be like, here's an expansion with the value of this. So if it's a value of, like, 100, it'll probably be my first one if all of my others are less than the value of 100, right? So then if I have a value of 85 and then a value of 75, well, if 85 is already taken, I can still jump to 75, but I'll always prioritize 85 over 75, something like that. So we would literally be painting in, like, main, natural, and then we would say, like, choke point, static defense placement, something like this. Like, and you could get as specific as you would want. Something like missile turret location. Like, here are possible missile turret locations, right? Be like over here, missile turret location, missile turret location. So you could do something like that where it's like tower location, right? And so being able to do that would basically allow you to build in sort of pseudo layouts. So you could be very specific with how you wanted certain things, like here's where you should build all your production or whatever. But it would be up to the Melee mapmaker how much they wanted to define that stuff. But the idea is that that's how we would handle it for Melee gameplay. How soon mineral regeneration structures will appear? I don't mind making that the first thing that we add. I think that should be very, very, very close to like that. We need to get that added in as soon as possible, in my estimation. So that could be like the next thing, I think. Assigning value to expansions and zones is what you're going for. Yeah. So it's like you would basically assign some sort of value that the AI would prioritize. And for certain AI, you'd probably have like, oh, I actually want to take expansions closer to my enemy. Or like certain attack paths would say, like, you might paint values in the attack paths. Or maybe this would be more of an inaccessible system that would be algorithmic, that would determine how many units could fit into a pathway. So that the AI would only take that pathway if they had small units or small armies or whatever. Like we would want something where Melee mapmakers would be able to cultivate a really good, like, well-performing AI experience. And ideally, we would be able to use it for campaign missions as well, without needing to put a lot of rote base layouts and like hand-holding, like very prescriptive hand-holding. It's probably not going to happen for Hydra, but maybe it could be something that ends up being made in the future. And if not, it would definitely be something that we would add to our own RTS. Could you explain what limits Starcraft 1 engine has? What about making Spear of Adun or cameras for cinematics like SE2 editor? Well, so Starcraft 1's engine has a limitation for pretty much everything you can think of and also everything you can't think of. I'll put it to you that way. So if you want to make a new unit, you have to replace an existing unit in the entry list. So there's a lot of unused units, but not enough that it's like a significantly large number of units. There are less than, if I'm not mistaken, there are less than 255 unit entries in the game, but I'll confirm you that right now. Yep, so there are 228 entries in the game for units, which means you can only have a maximum of 228 units. Turrets are their own unit. Turrets that actually have weapons. So the missile turret does not have the missile turret's turret is not a unit. The science vessel's turret is not a unit. But the Goliath and tank turrets are units. So if you want to have Goliath and tanks and or hero Goliaths and tanks, right, then you can't really, like, that's 2 units entries for 1 unit, really. So that's like one example where it's not really as feasible. So it's not even really 228 units. So some of these are also, like, obviously resources. So the 3 mineral fields in the geyser. and all of the gas structures. Those are all like unit entries, unique unit entries. So yeah, there are a lot of that are unused or so infrequently used that you could probably remove them and replace them entirely, like cannibalize them for something else. But that's like a big limitation right out the gate, right? You can't just add new units. We're working on the ability to, but it's going to be a while before that's there. And even then, I don't know how many more unit entries we'll even be able to add. It entirely depends on some other factors that are unfortunately out of our hands. Like, orders are another thing. So every spell order that requires unique targeting, for example, if you target a unit, say like Psionic Storm has its own order. And there are only 189 default orders in the game. We can extend this with some difficulty, but it can be done to 255 entries, or to 256, sorry. But going past that will, apparently, according to what iCore's research has turned up, it will require literally months of just working on reverse engineering. And that's not to say anything about the like bug testing and finding obscure issues with the changes and all that other stuff. So it seems like due to the overhead required, it would probably be better to just move away from that and say, like, if we get to the point where we need all of those orders, and we need more orders than what's possible with a 1 byte extender, we probably just need to make our own game. Flingy sprites and images are a little bit more versatile. So obviously you only have 208 Flingy entries. Flingy is used for movement, so you could conceptualize Flingy as movers, where it's similar to, like, I think mover is a class of object in Starcraft 2. It's a class of entity or something. But in this case, it's like a mover is what gives units the stats that will control their speeds and the mechanism by which they move. So bullets, like missiles, the missile turret missiles, the scout missiles, the dragoon projectile, any sort of bullet that's a projectile and not hit scan, like a marine or a Goliath anti-ground, is something that requires a mover. So movers are also limited. We're limited by pretty heavily, but this is not. That's not only what movers are limited by. It's also if you have a unit that hovers, they get their stats from here. So that would be like a vulture, workers, Archon, all air units, and every unit that doesn't hover or fly. So like Dark Templar, Marine, Medic, Hydralisk, Zergling, Ultralisk, all those units that move without hovering still need a Flingy entry so that they can be configured to use iScript control for their Flingy. So, as you can imagine, having a limitation on those is also really devastating for adding new units or changing new things, because there's less entries in here than there are for units, and you have to remember that Flingies are also used for bullets, so we have like probably half of what we need for just making all of the entries that we have unique Flingies. It's probably less than half because of the number of bullets. So here's weapons as well, also limited by 130 entries. We can extend that up to 255, presumably without too much of an issue. Maybe we can go bigger than that as well. I'm not sure. But weapons are pretty important, obviously. So we don't even have enough entries in the vanilla game to assign one unique weapon, to each individual unit. We don't even have anywhere near close to the amount that we need. Sprites control a couple of things: the size of the selection circle, the size of the health bar, and obviously the image entry that's pointed to it. So if you wanted to change a sprite, for example, you would say in the Flingy entry for the unit, you would set its sprite, and that sprite would set its image, and the image is what controls what graphic it is and whether or not it gets remapped with, like, say, a shadow filter or a warp flash filter or some other special effect. And so all of these are limited. Every single entry in here: units, weapons, Flingy sprites, images, orders, upgrades, tech data, SFX data, port data, map data. All that stuff is limited. Every single thing here has a hard cap. And some of them can be extended easier than others. Like sound effects data is apparently going to be very easy to expand, partially because it's already at 1144 entries. So like expanding it to a much higher level is a little bit easier because it's not like we're doing a byte expansion. Yeah, there's a ton of a ton of functions that reference Flingy dat. But I've already written hooks for a lot of it, so. So yeah, in order to even add like additional portrait entries or whatever, like we need to basically expand the game's capacity. To read entries. Well, StarCraft 2 has its own slew of issues. StarCraft 2 can't perform with AI that actually plays the game. So if you were to make an AI that actually challenges the player, but in a fair way, so it's not like just has a bunch of pre-placed shit, you would actually see that even modern computers that are pretty high end for a consumer grade are no longer able to run the game, actually. Yeah. You can't AI. Truer words have never been spoken. So it's kind of pointless to make maps in for an RTS, or try to make a map for an RTS. He wasn't very successful. That's how I know that it's not ever something that you can do. Like his research is one of the only. Like he was pretty much the only person to attempt to make an actual RTS content in the game. Gonna have to port a few things from the Badlands tile set in here. Well, that's not the same thing at all. Maybe I can actually squeeze this magistrate man in here. AlphaStar is the Google DeepMind AI. So, like, basically, it's a neural network. I mean, that kind of shit isn't available to average people, but even if it were, it's not in service to content, right? I think anybody who cites the ability for the game to be solved by an artificial intelligence neural network thing is missing a point that is quite damning for their favorite game. I don't know what the hardware is for or hardware requirements are for Alpha Star. I just know that if your game can be solved in that manner, there's something wrong with your game. Like it's not a fucking, it's not a piece of flattery. I don't know if the Zerg AI script is that useful for people learning. I think most people would just be lost if I put it on there. But one of the things that got me caught off guard when I was working on the AI was the fact that I needed to spend a lot of effort making sure that the AI actually managed its workers correctly. And it really showed me like some stuff that I just flat out didn't understand about the game. So I thought that was kind of neat. It's like a nice lesson I could take from it. I don't think any of them actually tried to use the melee AI, even though the melee AI has the ability to defend. Like Starcraft 2 AI doesn't even. I actually have forgotten how bad Starcraft 2's AI is because I haven't looked at it in a while. But Starcraft 2's AI doesn't even is not even capable of defending itself in the campaign context, right? So there will be like a legion of pre-placed Thors and battle cruisers and so on and so forth, but the AI is not going to use them to defend. Maybe they use them to attack, but most of the time I think they just train them, you know? And like obviously in the harder difficulties, you just get upgrades handed to the AI, so it's just a bunch of inalienable advantages that they have from the first game, first frame of the game. Oh yeah. Well, I was planning on redoing the whole thing, doing another run through it at some point to play the up because I guess the earlier missions had been updated at some point. Thankfully, I dodged that bullet just by uninstalling the Blizzard BattleNet app, as well as StarCraft 2, StarCraft Remastered, so on and so forth. Like I guess the most fundamental issue, right, is like StarCraft 1 is still the best AI, still holds the best AI framework with which you're able to use to develop AI that is, it's not really fair, but it's as fair as possible in its current state. And it's the only engine where you can say that you can develop AI that can become fair. So it's like AI versus player is never really going to be fair anyway, because the player will get tired and the AI won't, right? But with that taken into account, StarCraft 1 is still the de facto, you know what I mean? It's like it's the number one. And I'm not really happy about that because of all of the other limitations to the engine, AI stuff included. I look at that and I think that that's really not great. It's not great that StarCraft is still the best RTS. That StarCraft is still the go-to for people who are interested in making AI that can play RTS games well without it being just completely unfair or like the DeepMind shit, which is also completely unfair, but for different reasons. Like StarCraft has the best game state, StarCraft has the best AI, but it's not because of its own objective qualities. It's not because StarCraft tried the hardest. It's not because the developers were trying to make a good game. A lot of it is accidental or incidental insofar as it's just a byproduct of the experience. Certainly nothing by like being deliberate, right? very little of it was Blizzard learning from other RTS games that they had worked on, that they had seen released in the space, and saying, here's what they did wrong, let's do this better. So, like, very little of it was a deliberate evolution. And I think that shines through based on the unfortunate nature of all of the limitations to the engine. But even so, it still is the best. Even though I would much have rathered that StarCraft 2 had been way better of a game, that StarCraft 1 had been usurped a long time ago and made to be like, okay, yes, it's a impressive accident by Blizzard that they managed to make something as robust for its time as it was. But, move over. Now it's time for the advancements of the industry, of the RTS genre to shine through. I would have much rather have been able to say that a long time ago. But I can't even say it now. It's just not something that's ever happened. And unfortunately, most people look at my, anybody's defense of StarCraft and they assume that it's because of nostalgia. Listen, I think the game should have been, like I said, I think the game should have been made obsolete a long time ago. But everybody failed at making a better product. There's not a single better RTS in the entire genre, literally ever released. For my money, there's not a single better multiplayer game ever released. But just within the RTS genre, you can't even make an argument. Everything gets embarrassingly bad. I mean, StarCraft itself is embarrassingly bad in many respects. But everything gets way worse when you start factoring in other stuff. And that's my biggest issue is like, why has nobody made a better RTS yet? Like, why, how? How has it come to this? No, Petroglyph is the one that made the Star Wars RTSs, right? That's the only thing I know them for. Oh, yes, artificial difficulty comes from cheating values. Will I participate in No Fraud RTS co-development? Yeah, for sure. It'll be a nice learning experience for me. I also wish I was a good programmer. But hey, we'll get there eventually, man. Just got to keep at it, keep learning. I think Veek is probably seemingly the most experienced that has been active recently. I guess Chalk's will also be pretty high up there on that list. So hopefully I can learn something good from them. I've already learned a lot just by looking at your code, Iquare, but hopefully we're able to really... Even though making our own engine is going to be a mammoth task, I just hope that we're able to make it count, Right, yeah. Yeah, yeah. And I think that's a good asset to have, though. Like, I don't mind that. Yeah, it's just like an assumed thing for us. Like, we're just looking at it like, yeah, of course we're going to have to do some stupid hacky solution. I've only seen and heard really bad things about Grey Goo. Like, my limited experience looking at it has not been positive impressions. But I haven't played the game, so, time will tell. Control-Shift-N, by the way. Yeah, StarCraft 2 pathfinding makes a much bigger impact than the actual gameplay. Like, it actually defined metas. It sounds weird to say that, right? Because, of course, StarCraft 1's pathfinding also did that. But it's somehow, like, it feels like way worse for me in StarCraft 2 because my own wishes are not respected by my units. And it's not because the code couldn't handle it. It's because the AI is, or the pathfinding is trying to be smart. So it's not like a, I don't know what else to describe it as, but it's like a deliberate design decision by the developers. It is not perfect. So the auto clumping is really the biggest issue. So the auto clumping defines the entire metagame, where all of the interactions that you have with that game are it naturally makes a predisposition towards AoE being much more powerful, and like pretty much everything else that you can imagine is an issue with that. So yeah, readability is the biggest issue in the game. Well, maybe not the biggest. I think you can get around that in theory. You do have an obligation if you're making any content in StarCraft 2. You definitely have an obligation to make the game better looking and more readable. Yeah. Could you imagine if Plague or they were added, but only in campaign, I think. I don't think Plague was ever added. Yeah, but we're talking about multiplayer. Like defining the multiplayer metagame was all the AoE shit. Like disruptors having giant indicators to tell you where they're. Like it breaks every rule of actual like mechanic design, game design. I think we're gonna have to reel this one in. Plaque attack. How do you feel about this Zerg unit name? Arona Miras? I'll give you a hint. It's not exactly explosive, but it might as well be. I still can't. That is such a weird fucking way to name Zerg units. Anthelion campaign? Anthelion was a Warcraft 3 project I was going to do, but it hinged on the game state that I was trying to implement being possible. Yeah, the World Eater is... I have to figure out what I'm going to do with it. That's going to be a fucking crazy unit. I really want to see that people like pull that unit out. Like when somebody sees the tech structure for it go down, they should just have like a pit form in their stomach. Like, oh shit. Because it does more than just what like you think. It's it basically can like burrow through cliffs and stuff. So it's going to be pretty intense. Chalks had this thing where he renamed the Zerg units to the like writing out the syllables of the sounds that they were making. So that's what I was making that joke about. Because when you click on the broodling, sometimes he goes Ramon Ramirez, like some fucking Spaniard with a speech impediment. Yeah, sieged tanks slowly moving forward. It is kind of like tactical platform for structures, but it's like you can also build. There'll be like a version of the hatchery. You'll be able to build the aberrant crystals on or chrysalis on them as well. So there's going to be a lot there, a lot at play, I think. The broodling would just be named because that's the only sound you hear. You only hear it dying. It never actually does anything. Just dies. Yeah. Tactical platform is epic. Units loaded into the platform gain +2 armor and can attack. So it's not really loaded. It's supposed to be like a moving piece of terrain. But basically, you would deploy this, and you'd build it with an SCV, and units would hop on into it. Off they go. It's just that if the tactical platform itself dies, then the units on board also die. We need to use all beacons. Yeah, you said that they should be frozen in place so that otherwise it's an engine limitation or something. It won't work otherwise. Oh, I see what you're saying. Never mind. Yeah, we had to modify beacons so that they still provided collision. Because there's some hard code that disabled that from happening. I still have no idea where to put the magistrate. What's up, Veek? Coming in at the tail end, as usual. I've started on a classic rock binge. It's over. Listening to Dr. Feelgood. Bow, bow. That's only temporary. Once we get portrait extenders, we'll swap him out. I mean, he's got to be in there. He's a character. Guys slapped the high asphalt somewhere else. Well, I use the graphics for all those, so... T01 is going pretty well, thanks for asking. I would like to replace those last if we replace them at all. And as soon as we can re-implement them, I would like to do so. We do need the doors, at the very least. I don't know about traps, but I would like to spare them, yeah. The units aren't used for resource harvesting. No, I like that each race has their own... I would even like it if each race had their own mineral graphic, too. You rooting against us, Wuck? Or rooting 4 barrels, I get it. Don't worry. When we get the unit extender, I'll add a dedicated barrel unit for you. I will also add a wheelchair unit. Also just for you. Yeah, I don't think it'll come to that. I fucking hope it won't come to that. Barrel of chalks. Yeah, we won't need it to be attached to the unit anymore, right? Right. Cool. Always nice. Do you know what this means, boys? It means now we have a much more up-to-date set of brushes for this. So yeah, I guess he only appeared in game as in Brood War. I'm not sure that I'll even use them for. I'm not really worried about cutscenes or anything like that. I don't think there will be anything like that. So. Yeah, I'm still not sure if there are going to be any heroes that show up in game. I would like to offer, for the purpose of use map settings maps to exist, I would like to offer heroes, but it's not a significant concern of mine. Yeah, that would be nice, actually. That way we don't need units for the sake of only having them in briefings. But Rashikal can definitely go. Isn't... oh yeah, Yggdrasil isn't the Irileth. I forgot about that. Alright, hold on. Let me take a look here. Well, it would need to be more than just port data. It would need to also be in-game transmissions. Like, more than just briefings. It would need to be in-game transmissions. So I don't know if we would also be able to do that. I guess we would need custom trigger from Mapcrap at that point. So you said Mengsk isn't used. We can use that for the Madrigal. I think he's like 27 or something. Yeah. Said warp gate isn't used. Degall isn't used. Oh, I guess for instead of Degall, this should be a unit, not a structure, right? Because there's hard code associated with that. Oh, it actually is implemented. Yeah, critical mass. I just forgot about it. Yeah, well, there's a bug with it where because the lurker default behavior is that the projectile can't hit the same unit twice, can't deal damage to the same unit twice. The return projectile also behaves that way, so for a building, it doesn't get more mileage out of it. Oh yeah, and you said, was it? Oh no, it was synaptic growth. No, I want it to be able to hit the same units on the way back. It can't right now. It's a bug. Well, the default behavior of the lurker projectile is that it cannot do damage to the same unit. Yeah, same spine can't hit the same unit twice. That's a default behavior. I want that to be that the return projectile does not obey that. I don't know how that would be done, but that's something that we need to add. I don't think so. I tested it earlier. Do you see how it's not hitting the unit twice? Maybe from further back it doesn't? No. It's just not doing it for some reason. It's only getting hit with one of it. I don't know how he did that one. There probably will be. Like I said, I just don't have. I haven't come up with any yet. I'm trying to remember what unit IDs you mentioned earlier. Gas sacks and tanks and orb 2. 223. And Salvo Yard is Warp Gate. 189. What else are we missing for unit IDs? I think just the Grand Library, right? Uh, 226. Two, 6, yeah. Enjoy that, Luciferius. What's up, Ultras? Well, land grab isn't really that useful. Like, so useful that I think it should be a new mechanic. Or, something you pay money to unlock, you know what I mean? I don't think it's that big of a deal in that sense. I think maybe all artillery units that have like, siege tanks, reavers, maybe they should all get land grab. I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily mind that. For now. They won't be forever. I think we need like 15 more units per race or something. I don't know exactly how many we're going to be adding. Maybe not that many. It's probably like 15 total. So definitely quite a few units still to be added. Will Protoss have any Striders besides Dragoons and Hierophants? Yeah, for sure there's going to be a few more. Which will obviously add a little bit of value to that Taldarin's Grace upgrade. Yeah, well, Striders are just like it's like Walkers will be a class of Terran units. Like Paladin and Goliath are Walkers. There'll probably be another Walker. Hovering, like Hovercraft, that's Vultures and Madrigals, and probably some other units that'll be added later. Infantry, like it's just like another thing. It's like considered another class of unit. Fighter, capital ship. Did you float an idea of cloaked Striders before? I didn't hear about that. Oh, okay. What was the idea behind the Legionnaire? Well, I wanted a way to visualize the idea of like, you know, hundreds of Protoss infantry crashing on, like a wave of forces onto the enemies, right? I'll go ahead and save this so far. When they attack in melee, they blink with warp flash. What does that mean, though? Or is that just the visual read for their attack? What about Legion melee personalities about? Just producing Legionnaires and throwing them at the enemy? Producing, yeah, they basically prioritize Legionnaires. What was your new scripting system? Yeah, I don't think you gave me any details. I think a Cloaked Strider will probably be somewhat useful. It's going back to that. But I think I would probably prefer to... I mean, I would have to decide if it would fit in the game state, right? A lot of people have decided to go with a Cloaked Strider because... Well, they've decided to go with a Dark Templar Strider because StarCraft 2 decided to go with a Dark Templar Strider. But I need to see if it actually fits the game state, if it would add something useful. Oh, so it's the same... that's weird. Yeah, I don't know. I would never want to implement a unit that doesn't have the animations necessary for it to actually be there, you know? So it looks like the only stuff that I don't have unit ID entries for here... I need one for the Vorval Pond, and that's about it. I don't know if there are any unit ID entries that have not already been gobbled up. I think we were going to use the emitter and the data disk. It doesn't look like we're using the flag, though. Oh, the floor hatch. Are we using that? No. Okay, we can use that. Okay. Oh, yeah, I think I remember you talking about that a while ago. The Tism hatch. Chalks just likes the installation tile set, okay? You would like to have Melee AI to have custom personalities that can be written by the player and loaded into individual maps, but with current system that would be barely possible. You can make it open and close, dude. Why does it require Evolution Chamber? Well, what would you rather it require? I don't want to gate it by layer. I guess I could make it available by default. Yeah, I suppose so. It is already a gas cost, so it requires an extractor. Dude, what the fuck? Why? Why is it glitched? Why, Firegraft? Why were you coded by a rapist? Lurkers have too? I think they should have even more than they have. How about that? Alright, I guess it's now actually called Vorval Pond, so we'll do... What's up, Alexander? Welcome. What's up with the dislikes? Did I miss a shitstorm? I don't think so. I don't know what's up with that either. Maybe it's because I was... No, I think that was happening before I started talking about why... Starcraft 2 wasn't a good RTS, but I don't know what else it would have been. I don't know why my keyboard would be any louder today than it was the other days either. Sorry about that. They're upset about the English. I suppose that does make sense. Didn't consider that one. Oh. It's supposed to be more from Fun and Cool. I just wrote drone because I was on autopilot. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't even really pay attention to that stuff. There's almost always at least one, I think. Like, YouTube doesn't let you not look at them, so... Like, I could disable the ratings, but then that has its own degree of connotations. Like, the ratings are not for me. The ratings are for other people to communicate their thumb orientation. Keeps getting destroyed by his old fans, because most of his videos are in English now. Could you imagine an ocean of... I mean, that'll already happen with the McTisthuk, so I'm not really that concerned. Oh, man. Just gonna add the stuff for this. Oh. No, I immediately jettisoned Michael out of the server because his welcome message was just some anime vor stuff. Anybody who starts off their very promising career as a man in my server needs to be shown the door very quickly. Yeah. I honestly can't believe that the stuff that we were looking at earlier... Oh, I accidentally started building before I meant to. Anyway, I can't believe that the stuff that we... that burning ground stuff actually works that way. I honestly can't believe that. There should be an error somewhere, though. Shouldn't there? I feel like there's an error with the... maybe it's a comment. Like Control F. Entire solution. Special floor hatch. I should be able to find the error that would, in theory, be there. But I guess, yeah, it's a comment, so it's fine. Okay. With any luck, this will work out for what we were doing there. And I just need to go into mods, maze. Can I show this algorithm? No, I have no idea where it even is. All I know is that that game, that mod, right? The way that they handle Reapers turning into jumping over cliffs is that the Reaper is by a cliff and it turns from a Reaper into another unit ID. I think it was Rashagal, that is an air unit and makes the move order and then turns away from that into a Reaper. Now, you want to talk about hacky solutions. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, because we had we had the source code for that plugin or whatever. I can't believe that's real, man. Oh, I should probably add some strings. Yeah, at least. What is the string for basilisk? Or allows zerglings to morph into overhauls. So this is 1777. If we find Zergling in this list. Oh wait, if we find Vorvaling in this list. Oh, So no, I guess we should just find spawning pool. Disabled should be none. Pool should be 396 0. And this should be, oops. All right, so that should be everything, I hope. Just gonna go ahead and add in all of the changes here. And of course now in all of these Zerg builds, I'm going to have to add in a build command for the Vorval Pond. Burning Ground is the mod that we're referencing here. Okay. Do I even get an evolution chamber for this AI? Doesn't look like it. All right, so we'll just go ahead and add dwarf here. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing that I just forgot about entirely is I'm going to need to update everything that requires a spawning pool needs to be updated. So layer. This program is very well implemented. A fully realized program. All right, I don't know why it would be doing that, but that's pretty ridiculous. In what game specifically? Like it lists Vorval Pond down here, but 4 missile trap up there. Why? I don't know. Tessellation is usually like a eye straining option, I find, but not sure. Sunken Hydroden. I think that's everything that needs a Sunken Hydroden layer. That I do not know. Mesk might be able to tell you more. He studied 3D engines and stuff like that a lot more in depth than I have. I asked him in gay. Maybe he'll respond. A sentence no man should ever have to say. Oh yeah, of course, adding Vorvalings. No, it looks like I was planning for that for a while. Okay. I have to test to see if there are any issues here. Everything looks fine. I was trying to see if there's any like string issues or string corruption or anything, but I don't see any. I'm not sure why Firegraph was showing the wrong thing there. Oh, I've got to update that. That makes sense. Oh, I guess it would help if I updated the Vorviling requirement as well. That's right. That's why I didn't update it to begin with. For whatever reason, it was just not complying. It would just randomly show the wrong fucking thing. Why? Is it actually being offset somehow? Oh, I forgot to check sunken. Well, it'll be easy to test anyway. Yeah, that's really weird. It works now. But sunken colonies shouldn't, because I forgot to do them. Layers work though. And Hydra dens do. Okay. Firegraph playing a prank on me. A classic move. Okay, so if we go to sunken colony, just have to smudge that. All right. Oh, I forgot to add the latest Samace files. All right, well, that version's up, and my time is also up. So I will be getting ready for work in a flash here. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. Did I disable the captaincy? I did not. I will have to do that when I come back, because it's already pretty late for me to... Unfortunately, I did not read that message in time to actually make it. So I got to split, because I got to get ready for work. But I will keep that in mind for disabling it tomorrow. Thanks, everybody who hung out today and shot the shit. We'll see what other units and fun concepts I come up with as time goes on. And with the extenders around the corner, in theory, we should be good to go for some more very exciting stuff. Some more very exciting things in the future. So bye.